Hello, everyone. How are you? Today is the first day of summer. Yay! Woohoo! So it is exciting because there are so many things that people like to do during the summer, except be hot. Hey everyone, I am Kat of Kat's Novel Adventures. For those of you that have not come to my channel yet, and I'm planning to sprint tonight for just because it's hump day and it's Wednesday and woot woot, it's the middle of the week, and also because it is the first day of summer. So the only thing I like the summer, I just don't like the heat, and that's because I live in Louisiana and we not only have heat, but we have lots and lots of humidity. So let's see who is joining me tonight. Hello, Swampcast. I know you know what I'm talking about when it comes to heat because you also are a fellow Louisianian. Hello, Mary. Happy summer. Did you get to go and hang out with the wolfhounds? I want to know more about that. Hello, Jasmine. How are you? Happy summer. Hey, Linda. Happy summer. Hello, Vanessa. How are you doing? Happy summer. I can't believe it is summer. Mary says, I get the dry heat in Arizona. Yes, you sure do. I've been to Arizona many, many moons ago, and it is definitely a different type of heat. That is for sure. I went to visit my cousins in Utah a couple of summers ago. It was July, and they were in a drought, and they were saying about how, they couldn't stand the heat or whatever. And I'm thinking, at least you just have heat without the humidity. Now, I must admit, we did go to a special place for the day, and there was a lot of walking outside. And by the end of the day, we were all kind of worn out. I did get to hang out. There were 12. I need to look this up. What exactly a wolfhound is? Is this a type of dog? Is it a hybrid between a wolf and a dog? I don't know. I've never heard of one. Currently trampling through the pouring rain to pick up Chipotle. Shaking my head. It's supposed to rain for a week here in Maryland. Wow. We have actually been having some really crazy weather this week. First of all, what was it? Today's Wednesday. So last night, Monday night, we had major thunderstorms in the middle of the night, and the lightning was crazy. And 2 hours after all that craziness was going on, lots of wind. I mean, it was almost giving me flashbacks of Hurricane Ida. Then all of a sudden it started hailing. I mean, that was the craziest. Now, the hail wasn't enough to damage anything, but we couldn't believe that it was hailing. And then last night, we had rain. It wasn't major thunderstorms, but it was really, really windy. And then our electricity went out. So we thought the electricity had something to do with the weather, obviously. And then I found out today from my mother-in-law, someone actually got in an accident. And I guess messed up a pole with all the electricity, but it was only out for, probably a couple of hours, but it was like in the middle of the night. I don't know how you all sleep, but I have to have a fan on. Otherwise, I feel like something is off. And when your electricity goes off, your ceiling fan stops working. So that was hard. It is a dog, and they are very tall. Is this kind of like an Irish wolfhound? Because they are very tall. They're very large dogs. And my son Andrew saw them when he went to Ireland. Very cool. 32 to 36 inches tall, about 100 to 120 pounds. I bet you they're similar. Vanessa says, I feel your pain. I'm also in Maryland. Yay. So you're saying exactly. Hey, Alicia, how are you? Did you finish Boys Life? I know I keep asking you about it, but I just want to know. I want to know. Yeah, 60s and rainy. Well, we are in the 90s and haven't really had a lot of rain until this week. And then now, of course, we're going to have these crazy storms with lots of wind. And like I said, I never used to really be afraid of weather, especially thunderstorms and all that. I kind of found them to be kind of peaceful until Hurricane Ida hit in 2021. And after that, I'm like, anytime we have a major one or you feel like it's too windy, because we have trees, and that was not a pleasant experience. Hey, Sarah, how are you? Welcome. Happy summer. I'm so excited it's summer, even though it's hot. But I guess the reason I'm so excited about summer, even though I didn't teach this past year, summer was always wonderful because if you're a teacher or you know a teacher, if you had parents that were a teacher or a spouse or a partner, whatever, you know that teachers work a lot all the time. And the summer is when you get to go and do things. So I did. Boys Life was 5 stars. Awesome. I can't wait to read it. It is on my July TBR for sure. Happy Wednesday and happy summer, Liz. Hello, Amy. How are you? Are you enjoying this first day of summer? Weird. It was frozen on the waiting for host page. I had to refresh. Well, you know what I forgot to do? And I was so like, if you first see me, if you go back and ever look at this, I'm looking like a goofball because I forgot to put the countdown clock on. I always forget something. I got my Pomodoro Kitty up and ready to go, but I forgot to do the countdown clock. I don't know. Part of the issue is I've had such a crazy week. Unfortunately, a friend of mine lost her battle to cancer. She passed away on Monday morning. And so that's been weighing on my mind. The funeral is tomorrow, which also happens to be the first day that I'm supposed to be going to my scrapbook event with my girlfriends. And have I been doing my scrapbooking stuff and getting it together? No, I have not. And I'm not as organized as I need to be. However, I'll just do what I can do. I'm doing good. Starting a new book tonight, Year One by Nora Roberts. I have never read anything by Nora Roberts, although I have seen made for television shows, movies, based on her books, and I've always liked them. There's always some kind of mystery or drama. Oh, thank you, Amy. Yeah, it's very sad. She had brain cancer and she has been fighting this fight for quite a while. And actually, I don't know if y'all know this. She had told me when we saw each other in February that when you have brain cancer, it's not like, I guess, other cancers where you can be in remission, you can be stable. But I guess because of it being the brain. But Kimberly was very hopeful that, she was going to be able to be okay with it. The one spot that she had surgery on years ago, but another mass showed up and it was pretty aggressive and the chemo wasn't helping. And actually she had an infusion. And because of that infusion, it ended up causing her to have weakness in one of her arms, and then she ended up having seizures, and they had to put her in neuro ICU because her brain was getting massively overstimulated. But it is very sad. Thank you, Mary. I appreciate it. It's very sad. She was 44 years old. She would have been 45 on July 7th. And she has 2 girls, and of course her husband and her family, her parents are still alive. And she, up until this time, up until she started that infusion, they were doing a lot to make memories. So I'm glad there were a lot of memories that were made, pictures that were taken. She was able to travel with her husband, and I think they were just preparing in case the treatments didn't work out. And she did find out, she was there when her youngest daughter, who's the same age as my Andrew, they went to school together. And Kimberly and I worked together for many years. But her youngest daughter just got engaged. So while she will be there in spirit, she at least knew that Lily was getting engaged and that she would be taken care of, because she actually is marrying a very sweet boy. I actually taught both of them. So yeah, it's very heartbreaking. I appreciate it, Liz. Thank you. So yeah, yes, it's very awful. And I didn't want to really bring that up tonight just because I don't want everybody to be down, but unfortunately, life is a lot about opposites. And in order to, enjoy all of the positives, of life, happiness, you have to have unhappiness, pleasure, you have to experience a little pain. It's the same way, you want to experience life and live your life. You also going to experience death. And, it is sad. It's going to be very sad tomorrow. I know it is. But I still wanted to sprint today because, we are still living, and we just have to live our life every single day and enjoy it and not sweat the small stuff. And if there's something you want to do with your life or something you want to experience, I say try to make it happen, because life is short. You just never know. Oh, you so sweet, Vanessa. Thank you. You made me cry. Okay. Thank you all very much. I really do appreciate that. But I am looking forward to my scrapbook event. Like I said, I'm not as super organized, but I still have time. I have this evening after I sprint, and maybe if I possibly decide to read and sprint. But I have a couple of things I can work on for my scrapbook. I have a year of gratitude that I did on Instagram 2 years ago that I may work on. And I also have Andrew's Ireland book, some of his London and stuff that I can work on. Or I can go back, because I have so much to scrapbook. I could scrapbook something from the past. I have plenty of pictures for sure. But really and truly, this is a time for me to get together with my girlfriends. And like I told my other friend, Shelly, I said Thursday night might just be an unpack, get situated, and have a glass of wine night. And then we'll, do whatever on the rest of the days. So I'll be there Thursday evening till about 2:00 on Sunday, something about that, 12 or 2:00. And I might actually even get to see Kelsey, because I have a bunch of books for her that I got from the Friends of the Library. And where I'm scrapbooking is a hotel that's not too far from her house, maybe 15 minutes from her house. So I have to see if she's home this weekend, and then I'll swing by and bring her goodies. Not that she is going to be able to read them anytime soon, but still. So what is everybody reading? Sarah told me that she is reading Year One by Nora Roberts. I am reading a book. I have never heard of this author, never heard of this book, but it's part of the FOMO book club. And it's called The Dance Tree by Kieran Millwood Hargrave. And it is a historical fiction novel about a true thing that happened in history in Strasbourg back in 1518. And I actually read the author's note in the back, and she recommends reading a book by John Waller called A Time to Dance, A Time to Die, who writes more of a historical account of what happens. But so far, I haven't gotten very far, and I started it yesterday because I finished my Mysterious Affair at Styles, which is an Agatha Christie book, and it was so good. Of course, I didn't guess the murderer. I have yet to guess a murderer from one of her books, but I'm only on chapter 2, page 16. But I don't know. I don't think it's going to be a very uplifting book. So it starts off with this woman who's like in really terrible situation. I think a comet has hit the area and caused destruction. And this poor woman, she's pregnant, but her husband or the man she's with is not supportive. And she goes into the square of this town and just starts dancing. And it's supposed to be like something with superstition and hysteria and all of that. And then supposedly more women come and they dance in the square. And then it changed to Lisbeth, who is, I guess, our main character. And she's also pregnant. And her little situation is sad because she has miscarried. And she's hoping that the baby she's carrying right now is going to make it. So I don't have a lot more details than that, but I don't know what symbol that was. I'm reading the dance troupe too. Yes, Mary, how far are you? Please let me know. Oh, I'm glad somebody's reading it because I have lots of questions. I am starting Salt Slow by Julia Armfield. It is a short story collection. Excellent. I need to read more short stories. Not reading the sprint, but podcast editing and trying to end the day on a productive note. I want to know about your podcast. Are you speaking on your podcast? Because I would like to hear it. Farewell to Arms by Ernest Hemingway. I read Farewell to Arms many years ago when Andrew had to read that in high school. And I want to say it was very sad towards the end. Hey, Mindy, you're finishing up City of the Dead tonight. Excellent. That sounds great. I'm reading The Scourge Between Stars by Ness Brown. That sounds interesting. Is that about witches, perhaps? I'm watching The Gray Man. Is that the one with Ryan Gosling? Because if so, I loved it. I thought it was excellent. Also reading Guards. Ooh, what is that about? And you're on page 9. Okay, well, so let me see what happened on page 9. Because that means, okay, so you're just getting to where you're being introduced to Lisbeth. Okay, so it'll be interesting to see how you feel about that. I am also, let's see, I do a horror podcast with 2 friends. I'll send you the link. Excellent. I would love that. I am also reading The Parker Inheritance. This is by Varian Johnson. I haven't started it yet. This is for my middle grade March book club that I participate in, but I'm pretty excited about it because I love middle grade. And this is supposed to be kind of like a little mystery. And whoever can solve this mystery, there's supposed to be an inheritance tied to it. But they also find out about the family member who has, they discover all of the letters and stuff that she has. And I just think that's going to be probably a really great story. And I'm wondering if it's set in the summer. It didn't say, but it looks kind of summery. I mean, the way they're dressed and everything, although could be school year. But I have not read anything by Varian Johnson yet. And this will be my first time reading The Parker Inheritance. So I'm pretty excited about that. I am doing really well on my TBR. I don't want to jinx myself because I am going to the scrapbook convention, but I did, I don't know if you can see, I tabbed both of my books. I tabbed them by how many pages I have to read in order to finish both of those by Sunday. And then also I tabbed the other 2 books. I have Beloved that I have to read for Kelsey's Midnight Society book club, which she hasn't answered me to tell me when they're going to talk about it. But I do want to finish that in June so I can count it for June. And then I have a romance that I'm going to read. And both of those I have tabs so I can finish them by the 30th. And I was hoping I'd be able to start Fairy Tale by the end of June, but I don't know if that's going to happen. So I'm not going to put myself under any pressure. It is the movie with Ryan Gosling. I loved the movie, and I do think if I'm remembering correctly, the way it ended kind of set it up that they possibly could have a second one, but I thought he did really well in it, and it's very action packed. Oh, so you have watched the movie. Oh, so you were watching it again. Sorry. Guards. It's a humorous fantasy book by Terry Pratchett. I have yet to read anything by Terry Pratchett, and that's a shame because he and Neil Gaiman have written books together, and I know that they were very good friends. And you would think that I would have tried to, but so many authors, so many books, not enough time. I'm only 10 pages in, and it's sci-fi horror. Okay. So I have to remember that. The Scourge Between Stars. Well, I guess so. Between Stars would mean like space. So aliens, monsters, a fungus from out of space. Yeah. Oh, and Mary, I don't know if you want to know about the real life, the historical facts about the dance tree, but I liked reading what the author had to say about it and what are some of the theories as to what causes the women to go and dance in the square. So far, I feel really sad for Lisbeth. It's difficult enough to experience miscarriages, but to have a mother-in-law who makes you feel less than makes me furious. And then whatever the sister-in-law, Agnethy. Yes. Something happened with Agnethy and no one wants to talk about it. So I'm really curious. That's going to be something that I guess eventually we'll find out. But I feel sad for her because even her husband is not as sweet to her. It's almost like if she can't have a baby, then she's not a worthy person. And that makes me very, very sad. Because if anyone has ever experienced miscarriage, it's hard. It's very hard. And you need support. And, men do the best they can with trying to understand it, but the mother-in-law could at least. But the mother-in-law, what makes me mad is the fact that she throws in her face about how her two children, are so wonderful and what she was able to do when she was pregnant. I didn't like that. To deserve penance for 7 years makes me think it isn't a great situation for women. Yeah, and I'm kind of thinking too that whatever the woman in the beginning, Frau Truffaut, however you pronounce her name, I don't think she's a woman in good standing, maybe, and that's why she's in the situation she is. And I'm saying in good standing within society, perhaps. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into that, but I have to say, this will be it may make us mad because we are women, and to have to endure with these women so far that we're learning about them is already making me sad for her, but also kind of angry that that's their mentality. Because I don't know, some women get the short end of the stick a lot of times, and that just makes me crazy. Because they make it seem like it's always the fault of the woman when it comes to that, and you cannot control that environment. Could be something that happened, with the man. I don't know, but it'll be interesting. I'm glad you're reading it because I may have to message you to get some thoughts. Yeah, I'm interested in the true story too, and I'm thinking about getting the book that she recommended. But just reading the little section in the back about it makes it interesting because one of the theories is that perhaps she ate a mushroom and the fungus or whatever, it was like contaminated and it got in her brain and that caused her, which I think is fascinating considering, we just came off of Zombie-thon, and one of the ways, people can become zombies in the zombie world, I know it's fictional, but is having a fungus, like a vector that causes that. So it's interesting to see that you could have a reaction and then it could cause like hysteria or for you to kind of lose your mind. and go kind of crazy. But also, I will mention there are some religious undertones to it. They mention in the back too, and how that didn't help women too back then. I read a book called Hungry. It's a Norwegian book, and he went a bit crazy. Okay. I'll have to look into that. Okay, guys, I figured we could go ahead and start our first sprint with 30 minutes, only because I need to finish eating dinner. And I don't know what y'all are having, but my husband got a seafood stuffed artichoke. I don't know if stuffed artichokes are just in the South, if other people have those, but I need to eat that. And then he grilled some veggies. We got fresh out of the garden from a neighbor, zucchini. And what else did he put on there? Tomatoes, I think, maybe pineapple too. So I need to finish that, and then we'll sprint a little bit longer as the evening goes on. So it's 30 minutes good for everybody for this first sprint. That way everybody can get something to drink and get settled and kind of make their plan for this evening. I hope that's going to be okay. Let's see. Start. Okay. There we go. I'm glad everybody is on board with that. I appreciate y'all so very much. And I will see you soon. Hello, everyone. Let's go ahead and stop our little kitty. Let's see. Okay, let me get back to y'all. I don't know, something weird happened. I went to go type in the comments, and all of a sudden, Pomodoro Kitty went away, and I fixed it. I don't know how, but I fixed it. I hope everyone did wonderful. I ate my veggies like I was supposed to, and a little bit of the seafood artichoke, stuffed artichoke. But I had eaten that a little bit before coming on sprints. But I answered some text messages, and then I was chatting with people in our comments because we've had people join us. Nikki, this is her first time here, so welcome. And she was ready to get started, so I was glad we were able to start. JK Lambo's in the comments, and she is very sweet and telling everyone hello. And Alicia's saying hello. And we had lots of highs, lots of highs, lots of highs. I love everybody, so sweet to one another. Halco's here, my kindred spirit. And more highs. And Crystal, hey Crystal, what you up to? What you read tonight? Halco, what are you reading tonight? Are y'all reading, or are y'all doing something else? Y'all may be doing something else. More hellos. I'm saying hello, hello. JK Lambo is a writer, and she is going to actually be doing revisions tonight. So that is exciting. Lauren has joined us, and she's working on some editing. And I was telling Lauren that I had been editing the last couple of days because I did my slasher Killer Corn slasher readathon vlog, which I'm hoping will release on Friday. I've scheduled it. Hopefully it will, but it's very long. I didn't mean for it to be long, but it was a culmination of January. June 1st, all the way to June 11th. Then I forgot to update, so it also has a Tuesday. But I was excited. I did very well. And talking about vlogs, Lauren just released one where she went where the Lost Boys was shot and on the boardwalk. Haven't watched it yet, but it looks great. And I still have to watch your vlog, Crystal. I haven't forgotten. More hellos and telling me about her revisions, which I hope she gets a lot done. Audrey is here. She is joining and hoping to finish The Haunting of Alejandra during sprints. I have heard of The Haunting of Alejandra. I want to say, was it Michelle's Melancholia? Was it Michelle that was talking about The Haunting of Alejandra? Or was that Amy? Somebody was talking about that. I'm getting thank yous. What am I reading today? I am reading The Parker Inheritance, which I read the first chapter. This is by Varian Johnson. It's a middle grade book, and it does take place in summer. And it's about a mysterious letter that is found. And whoever can solve the letter, it means lots of money for this community. However, the first chapter is about the grandmother, and she's not successful. And her granddaughter, Candace, is going to discover it next. And so I'm at the part where Candace is being introduced. But I think it's going to be a great time. I'm very excited. I'm reading this for middle grade March book club. And then I'm also reading, and Lauren, I think you might be interested in this book. It is called The Dance Tree. I can never do this right. By Kieran Millwood Hargrave. And it takes place back in 1518 in Strasbourg. And it's a historical fiction novel, but it's about superstition and hysteria, and really talks about how women were handled. It also has religious elements during the time, where maybe the church was not doing what it was supposed to be doing. But there's just a lot of, it's very intriguing. But Mary is also reading this one, and we kind of talked a little bit in the chat because there's also talk about childbirth and how women who are not successful with carrying their pregnancies, they're not really treated very nicely. Like something's wrong with them because they can't conceive. Well, not even so much conceive, they can't carry to term. But I just started this one too yesterday. I don't think it's going to be, I think it's going to be heavy because of what it's based on. But this might be a book I think you might be interested in, with the social aspects of it, of that time period. I read 14 pages of City of the Dead by Brian Keene. Okay, is City of the Dead like a sequel to the Rising book? Because I'm just curious about that. Is it like a sequel? Does it go together? You have 54 pages left. I think you can do it. I think you can do it. Read the first story in the collection, Salt Slow, loved it. Excellent. How many stories are in the collection, Amy? I didn't get to read, but got my daughter ready for bed and some things cleaned up. I'm pretty tired, but would like to get some reading done tonight. Excellent. Yeah, I always like to try to start off with 30 minutes when I do my sprints, just because it's around dinner time and people are trying, getting their kids settled, getting themselves settled. I went and made a cup of coffee because I forgot I didn't have my afternoon coffee and I was kind of feeling a little dragging, and I'm like, something's wrong. It's because I didn't make any coffee. So I made myself, it's not really too caffeinated, but it's like a vanilla latte kind of hot drink. I like a hot drink. Even though it's summery, I like a hot drink. I know Michelle had a vlog on that book. Yes, I know I had heard of it. The Dance Tree sounds really cool. I think because of how much you like history and just things that have happened in history, socially. I even think, this is something you could even look at in today's society, like how much of it has changed. I went ahead and read the back part. The author had a note about a book. There's a historical book that was written about the actual event because it's based on a true story. This is a fictional account, but there's an author named John Waller, and he wrote a book, A Time to Dance, A Time to Die. And it says he creates the most compelling case for this being no simple madness nor poisoning, but a mass religious trance instigated by the unique pressures and beliefs of the time. So, yeah, and supposedly there was also a comet during that time, and it kind of ravished the area. So there's a lot of environmental stuff going on too. Ooh, it skipped. I finished chapters 1 and 2. It continues to be intriguing. I know. So if you finished 2, so jealous. Let's see. I'm on 2. So yeah, I have a feeling I'm going to be sending you messages and find out what you're thinking and what's going on, because it's very intriguing. I think it's going to make for a very interesting discussion when they discuss it. Yes, it's the sequel. That's good to know. Courtney, hello. How are you doing today? Happy first day of summer. I should make myself some tea. That might help. Yeah, I would say get yourself a nice cup of tea. That will help you out. It'll put you in the mood to read too. 9 stories. The whole collection is just around 200 pages. Literally horror. That sounds great. Sorry, my phone died on my way home from Chipotle. I can never say that correctly. Hope I didn't miss too much. Kat, are you doing any fun themes for July reading wise? Well, let me tell you, since you asked, I am going to be insane in July because I am going to participate in Summerween. Gabby reads, and there are like 5 prompts. I even ordered myself a shirt. And I'm also going to participate in Christmas Evil in July. And I already have ideas of what I'm going to do for that. I'm going to be working on my July TBR and releasing that next week. So I'm going to give all the deets, but I'm giving you the deets now. And then I decided to join a BookTube Besties virtual retreat. And there's a group read that they're doing for it called the Getaway Girls. But it is going to be a month of reading all sorts of genres because I will be reading for different book clubs. I'll be reading some middle grade. I'll be reading some horror, maybe some more romance. We'll see. I'll be reading another Agatha Christie. I finished my Agatha Christie for this month. It was very good. I did not guess the murderer again. And I was trying so hard to pay attention to clues. I think what I need to do is I think I'm going to need to start writing notes about it because I forgot a couple of things, and had I not forgotten, I might have possibly, I don't know. And then I have my big book summer. I was hoping to start Fairy Tale this month. So I will be having to read Fairy Tale and A Boy's Life both in July. I'm not sure if I'll be able to do it. What else do I have in July? That's about it reading wise. I think I'm going to have probably about, I'm also doing that summer book bingo, but summer book bingo, I'm using all of the books that I'm doing for all of these different events. How about you, Jasmine? What you got going in July? No words written, but I did get some work done. That's awesome. You got some work done. Any work is better than no work, right? I am up for chatting about it. Yes, I need to chat about it because I think it would be interesting. Yay, I'm doing Summerween and Xmas Evil 2. What a busy month. Yes, but all kinds of fun busy. Yeah, I think so. And all of the prompts are really fun and pretty loose and up for interpretation. And some of the books that I have on my shelf that I want to read are going to fit perfectly. There is a book. I'm hoping that Kelsey will put it in our nominations for our personal book club that she and I run together. I'm hoping that maybe she'll do a thriller. Have any of y'all heard of this book called Drowning? I'm trying to look for where mine. The lady's name is T something. But anyway, I've been hearing a lot about this book called Drowning. It's about a flight. And it's supposed to be awesome, and it's supposed to be a fast read. So I'm thinking about doing that thriller for the Summerween thriller prompt. Sweet. I need inspiration for Christmas Evil in July because I am participating with that. Yeah. So we'll have to maybe coordinate and I can let you know exactly what I'm reading for that. I do know that Boy's Life will count for one of my prompts that I want to do. So I know that for a fact. And then as far as, because there's only 3 reading prompts, and for the watching prompts like episodes and stuff, I might like the holiday ones. There's so many holiday episodes that you can watch, so I'm excited about it. I need to figure out what I want to read that's like set in the summer, because I'm reading some of those books now and I don't know if I'm gonna have any left over for them. Have you heard of the new Christie adaptation, The Last Haunting of Venice? No, I have not. Let me write that down. That would be something I would be interested in. The Last Haunting of Venice. Let's check that out. Yeah, I had such a good time because The Mysterious Affair at Styles is the first Hercule Poirot story. And I read Hercule Poirot mysteries so long ago when I was like 16, maybe, whenever I visited my grandmother. But that was so long ago, I don't even remember. And I mean, I know who he is and I know his little quirks and stuff and how he can do all his little, stuff that he does to solve the mysteries, but I don't remember any stories. So this was pretty neat. I'm glad I'm learning like what he was like at the very first, mystery that he does. Sounds like an awesome month of reading. I'm so impressed and overwhelmed by how many readathons there are. Yeah. And you know what else, Liz? Like there's Jane Austen July. I would love to read a Jane Austen book, but I don't know how I would even put that in there. What else is in July? There's something else that's in July. And I'm like, there's just too many. There's too many. And you want to participate in all of them. It's almost like you got to do one thing for each one if you want to be a part of it. I'm so behind on my Agatha Christie reads. Well, you'll get caught up. I mean, I'm very behind and I'm supposed to be having a whole year of Christie. I'm going to have to double up. to get at least 12 books in by the end of this year. So I don't know when that's going to happen because I feel like every month I have so much to do. But I will be picking out of my jar, so I cannot wait to see what I will be reading for that. July is a busy month, but it's going to be so fun. Really looking forward to Summerween and Xmas Evil. Yeah, Summerween I've never participated in before, so I'm looking forward to my first one. And Xmas Evil is an abbreviated, Christmas Evil normal one. So I'm excited about it too. I just didn't have much knowledge with horror, holiday. Christmas is always childlike for me. But with July, I'd love to venture into the horror. Might keep December childlike though. Well, I will say for the Christmas Evil readathon in December, I actually read it's more like maybe a YA. It was a retelling of A Christmas Carol, and it was really great. I loved it. And I read like an Agatha Christie mystery. I read Cricket House. That was one thing that I read. What else did I read? I know everything I read was not necessarily horror. I read The Shining because one of the prompts was about being cold. I read a book about Krampus, like a nonfiction book about Krampus, and that was awesome. I'll look and let you know some of the kind of different things because I've read some, but I don't have a slew of them. So it's a lot easier, I think, to find Halloweenish, type mysteries. Now, another thing, I don't know how you feel about Goosebumps, but you can always find a holiday with a Goosebumps book. And I'm thinking I might even read the summer prompt. I might do Goosebumps for that one because I read Welcome to Camp Nightmare and that one was awesome. I gave it 5 stars. It was my first 5-star Goosebumps. It'll be my first Summerween and first Xmas Evil, so I'm excited. Yay! I'm glad you're going to be participating, Audrey. Oh, what was it called? I love A Christmas Carol. It is the something of Holly Chase, the afterlife of Holly Chase. And I have the book. Where it is, no one knows at this point because I'm all over the place. I have stacks of books based on, let's see, the afterlife of Holly Chase. I thought it was cute. And Holly Chase is the one that I like the twist that they did on it. Yes, it's called The Afterlife of Holly Chase by Cynthia Hand. And I thought it was good. She's like the Scrooge, but it's like a really good twist with it. I enjoyed it. I'm doing K-Tripathon. Oh, yes. That's Beautiful Minutia's doing that also. And Xmas Evil. So K-Tripathon is July? Or is that a July? Maybe she just announced it in June. But when I saw that she was making that announcement or talking about it in her Discord, I thought of you because I thought you would probably enjoy that. Yeah, I can be excited. I can see you being excited for both. And you're one of the co-hosts with Lauren and Amy for Xmas Evil. So many great readathons. I agree, Courtney. There's so many. I mean, I haven't even talked about all of them because I even think there's a romance one in July also. And that doesn't even include my book clubs that I'm participating in, or if I end up doing a buddy read, or just want to read something for fun, or working on my own projects like my Year of Christie. But yeah, there's a lot going on. Lots of fun, lots of reading opportunities. Okay, so let's go ahead and do another sprint. I say let's do 45 minutes. It'll give us a bigger chunk of time. People can really dive into whatever their productivity task that they're doing. And also anybody who's reading can make a dent. There are people out there who are trying to finish books tonight and people who are trying to start books and make some progress. So let's go ahead and set it for 45, if that's okay with you. Start it. And when we come back, I will ask you the would you rather question for Wednesday. So stay tuned because it's related to summer. So let me share my screen. Okay, happy reading, happy productivity. See y'all in a little bit. Hello, everyone. So let's stop our Pomodoro Kitty. Oh, I almost made it to chapter 4 in the dance tree. Only a couple of pages. That's what I'm reading. I read for this time. Let me tell you something. This book is so good, but so sad at the same time. I just have to share this with you. Women are just not treated very nicely, I think. But let me just give you a little background. Agnethi is Lisbeth's sister-in-law, and she has spent 7 years in penance for a sin, and no one talks about it. So Lisbeth has no idea what has happened. Well, Lisbeth has a best friend named Ida, and Ida is married to a man who's terrible. He belongs to the city council called the 21. And apparently they do things like in the name of God and all that and authority, but they don't do things very nicely. I don't know all of the things that they do yet, but there is a part here. Agnethi just comes home after being in this, I think it's a monastery, for like 7 years, and she has just come home, and Ida's husband comes to visit. And this passage describing him just makes me so he sees her and he says, of course, says Plater. His attention is so focused on Agnethi. Lisbeth is surprised she does not sink to her knees under its weight. There's something repulsive in his gaze. Lisbeth would call it lecherous were it not tempered with distaste. His eyes rake over Agnethi's scarred head, her collarbones, her hands balled into fists at her sides. The effect of him is almost supernatural. He so glows with menace. The incomprehensible thought of Ida with such a man hits her anew. You are nearly cured. Nearly, says Lisbeth, startled out of her silence. 7 years is spent. The fact that Lisbeth even talks back to him is not good. And there's a part where, she says that Agnethi is almost like a hare and Plater is like the fox. But because he is coming with such bad news, and he's grown up with Lisbeth's husband, but he's turned because he's got all this power now. At the end of that chapter, Lisbeth says, and then she spies Agnethi's face, the hard set line of her jaw, and there is no terror there. Instead, her eyes shine with anger. It strikes Lisbeth that perhaps she was wrong, that perhaps Agnethi is no hare, but rather the fox. So it's just right now it's character building, and we're learning about the people and Lisbeth's life and the fact that Ida, who's a sweet person, is married to this lecherous person. I don't know, but and Sophie, the mother-in-law, is just awful to Lisbeth and says the cruelest things to her and is just so horrible. I don't know. I wish. I guess what makes me sad is the fact that this was how it was at this time period so long ago, what the hardships that I guess we kind of take these, I should say not everybody, but I kind of guess take it for granted how we as women today have a little more power over ourselves, like the independence. But anyway, so good, so powerful. But I think I'm going to have on the next sprint, I'm going to have to change to the Parker Inheritance because this is heavy. So let's see where we are. Go through. Courtney was saying so many great readathons. Mindy had said with everything that she wants to participate in, she has 17 books on her TBR. That is a lot. And Courtney's like, you're going to be busy because that's a lot. Mindy read 9 more pages but had to go, so she told everyone goodbye. If you haven't checked out Mindy's channel, Mindy's Book Journey, she has some wonderful stuff on her channel, reading so many fun things. Hey, M also has a wonderful channel, Dark Violet Dreams. Hello, so sorry I'm late, cooking a late dinner for my family. Whenever you come, it's the right time. There's no such thing as being late. Hey, Sherry, joined in the middle of that sprint and started Curse of the Reaper for Amy's book club, almost 30 pages in and enjoying it so far. That's awesome. I saw that Amy scheduled her book club meeting for that. It's sometime next week. I wish I would have had time to read it. I just did not. Time flies. Got to the point in my editing where I'm doing my last watch through before uploading to YouTube. Yeah, are you editing a long video? Mine, I tried so hard with my vlog to try to edit as I would go so that it was kind of like a rough edit, but not like starting from scratch. And I just felt like it just so much, so hard. The kitty gets me every time. I read a good chunk of Tastes Like Candy. I'm thoroughly enjoying it. Some of the kills cause legit facial reactions to them. That sounds fun. I wanted to also tell you, Jasmine, if you want to read, I don't know how you are about picture books, but for Christmas Evil, you could also read Dean Koontz has two picture books about Santa. It's called Santa's Twin, and it's really good. I don't want to spoil anything. And then there's a second, like a sequel to it. But it really is a cute story and has a little evil mixed in it. Not too much evil, but a little bit. It would count. I'll have to pull the books and show you. Sarah made tea and read 29 pages of year 1. Excellent. See, that tea helped you. My husband came home, so I'm chatting it up with him, loving the dance tree, catch up in a bit. Yeah, I'm almost to chapter 4. I can't believe it, but it really is heavy and, oh my gosh. I mean, I think to myself, thank goodness I was not born during that time period. Thanks for sharing that. I am so happy you liked it. Linda also has a great channel. Mary has a great channel. I'm going to shout out everybody's channels here because everybody's got something great going on. Audrey has read 20 pages and have 13 pages to go. You are going to finish. You are going to finish if you keep sprinting. Because if you got 20 pages done that time, easily you can get 13 unless somebody tries to interrupt you. And then that would not be good. Today is Wednesday, and I promised that I would say what the Would You Rather is for Wednesday. I always post a Would You Rather on my Facebook page. And since it's the first day of summer and it landed on Wednesday, I did the summer edition. So here's the question for you. Would you rather work as a lifeguard or as a summer camp counselor? What would you rather do? Lifeguard or summer camp counselor? I got some very interesting responses on my Facebook page to that. Some people, of course, don't want to do either because they don't like to be outside, but you have to pick one. You have to pick one. Finish the second story. I'm at page 43. Excellent. You are doing really, really well. Oh my gosh, such a fun question. Okay, so Lauren, think about it. Would you like to be a lifeguard or would you like to be a summer camp counselor? The thing about these questions is that you can put any kind of spin on it that you want. I mean, there are pros and cons to both of them, depending on where you live, your hours. Do you like to swim or not swim? If you like to do crafty things, camp counselor might be it. I don't know. What do you think? Jasmine says, summer camp counselor, easily at love, having fun with the kiddos. Excellent. Summer camp counselor, that's 2. Sherry says, lifeguard, because I don't want to entertain children. Probably counselor. I'm stressed at the idea of having to save someone from drowning. Yes, I could see that. First of all, I would not be a lifeguard because I am not the best swimmer myself. I mean, I can swim to safety if I need to, but I don't know if I'd be able to swim to safety with someone else. I mean, I guess unless I was put in that situation. So camp counselor is what I would have picked. I can't swim, so I wouldn't be the best choice for lifeguard position. You and me both, Amy. Sherry says valid. Yeah. Camp counselor for sure. Crystal's going to go with that. She's in our camp, not wanting to be a lifeguard. I'm not a fan of the sticky and germy. Oh, yeah. Especially the younger the children, the stickier and germy that they're going to get. Trust me on that. I taught second grade and I taught kindergarten. So, yeah. Lifeguard because people watching would be aces. Lifeguard, children scare me. Hey, Kristen, welcome. How are you? Well, what if you were a lifeguard at a children's pool at a summer camp? What would you do then? That's something to think about. All you people not wanting to be lifeguards. So you would have to be a lifeguard somewhere where they didn't have lots of germy, sticky kids, right? Audrey says, I've been a summer camp counselor, so I got plans in place. Lauren says, I just keep thinking about all the camp slasher movies and I'm stressed. Exactly. Yeah. Well, I just read Welcome to Camp Nightmare, which I did in this month of June. And I don't know. I wouldn't want to work at that camp. That's for sure. It was like the worst camp on the planet for sure. Hello again, Kristen. Happy summer. Yes, it's the first day of summer. And there's some people I posted today, like happy summer or like welcome summer. And somebody put a sad emoji. I'm like, why are you sad? We're just announcing that it's summer. We're not saying that we are in love with summer. Maybe they have like bad experience with summer. I don't know. I don't know how you are, but there's just something about a new, fresh start of something that invigorates me. Like, I love the first day of a new year. I love like getting ready for all the things that I have planned for the year. Doesn't mean that I carry out everything I have planned. I love the first day of a month. It just invigorates me. I feel like I'm more energetic and motivated because it's all the new stuff you're going to do for the month. Unless you have to carry something over from the previous month, then that's not as fun. But I like a new week sometimes. I think more so since I'm not in the classroom, Mondays are a little bit different than when I was. But I don't know. It's the newness of the first of something. So like the first of summer doesn't mean that I'm excited about sweating all summer, but it's just a new season and things that you get to do in the summer that you don't necessarily get to do in any of the other seasons. Like, I don't know about y'all, but I like snowballs, and snowballs are not open all year round, even though Louisiana sometimes has warmer weather at other times. So, I had second grade boys as campers one year. Best summer ever. They were so much fun and I thrived for the chaos. Second grade was always my favorite grade to teach for the longest time. End of school, maybe. I worked at a summer day camp as a nature instructor and for a couple of summers, and it was fun. I like being the nature instructor because I got to see all the kiddos, not just one age group. Yeah, I think that would be fun too. I did like a summer camp a couple of summers in a row at a school. And what I enjoyed was like doing the crafts and games. So there was a lot of different crafts that we did that I thought was fun. Like, for example, we painted with like vegetables and stuff. And I just thought that was kind of neat. I'm out of the loop, but I was a camp counselor as a teen. So I'd go for that. Yeah. I mean, go back to your roots, go back to what you know. I was always afraid of camp because of movies. Yes, Courtney. I have never been to like a summer camp. And there are people who do go away to camp. I never did do that. I think I would be kind of afraid too, because I've seen too many creepy movies, like the Fear Street movie, of course, Camp Crystal Lake. I mean, all those, so many crazy things happen there. If you're a lifeguard, at least you'd be close enough to water to wash the sticky and germy away. I'd be buying all the hand sanitizer if I was a camp counselor. You'd have them create art with Germex, right? Cue Jaws theme music, yes. Y'all are so funny. Which Fear Street movie is summer themed? All of them. There, if I'm remembering correctly, I did a whole entire conversation with Kelsey about this. One of them is, it's the way they're different years or whatever. There's only one of them that takes place at a summer camp, I thought. Um, I'd have to look at them and see. But that was the one, like the killers are in all of the movies. The slashers or whatever are in all of the movies, but it's how they tell the story, how they interweave it or whatever. But there's that main one, I think it's 1984 or something like that. But because one of them takes place back in the witch time. Help me, somebody out there, if you remember. The first one, I think, is the 1994. That's part one. And that one takes place in the town. But then the second one is the one, maybe it's not the 80s. It's 1978. That is that one. And then part three is 1666. So that's when you find out about the curse and all the things that happen there. But I loved the Fear Street movies. I thought they were well done. Now, of course, I hadn't read any Fear Street, and I've only read, and I do have that omnibus of Fear Street stories. But the first Fear Street I read was for Kelsey's Old School April, and that was Double Date. And anybody who's seen my videos about Double Date know how I feel about Double Date. You know how I feel about Bobby the Man. I've only done day camp, not the same as going away. Yeah, day camp is a little bit different. I do think that there's a level of protection for you when you go to day camp because you're going to be there for a certain amount of hours and you're going to get picked up. So your parents would be missing you if you weren't there when they picked you up. Whereas when you go away to camp overnight, they see you get on a bus or however you get there, however you travel. And they're relying on you writing letters, but I don't think they're necessarily surprised if you don't because they think you're having fun. But really, you could be running through the woods trying not to get slashed by the slasher who lives in the woods. I mean, could happen. I went away for Girl Scout camp for a week and it was a blast. Yeah, I have never... I've done overnight trips with Boy Scouts before, but that's not the same as like going to camp. I will say when my son Andrew went to Boy Scout camp for like a week, he was so homesick. Like at the beginning, I thought I was going to have to go back and get him. However, we talked on the phone, which they don't generally let you talk to them on the, to parents on the phone because they try to help you get out of that homesickness. But it seemed that it helped him and he survived it. But I don't know, it wasn't his jam for that whole week. I'd totally be down for being a camp counselor if it was adult camp. True scary stories by the campfire, burning the crap out of marshmallows because you got too drunk and forgot about them. Oh yeah, that would be pretty funny. As long as it was a camp that didn't have like some kind of creature or psycho watching you from the woods as you're doing all these things, right? Is there an order for these Fear Street books? I think there is. I mean, based on when they were published, maybe. But I do think there's some of the Fear Streets are like standalones. There was nothing really in my book that I read, Double Date, that really referred to any other characters from another time. I'm not an expert on it. Anyone in anyone here that is an expert on Fear Street, please help me answer Jasmine's question. I always hated stay away camp because there was never proper plumbing or air conditioning. I thought that being a lifeguard at beach would give me a nice breeze. Yes. And Jasmine says to Sherry, I happily attend that. We might have to make our own adult summer camp because even M says that would be a blast. I was just watching Andrew's new book haul video. Cool. I hope you found some great books. I need to do book haul videos. I have so many books. And what do? I keep going book shopping and I don't do any hauls because I'm too much doing other videos. Audrey even wants to go to an adult camp. So the one stipulation is we'd have to go to an adult camp where they don't have, we have to pick a time of the year. I know it's supposed to be summer, obviously, but we'd have to pick where it's not tons of mosquitoes, because I wouldn't like that. Because I feel like I have all these stinging things always like to get me. But I don't know, it could be kind of fun. I mean, think about the scary stories you could tell around the campfire. But then you might scare yourself so silly that you might not want to go to sleep. Okay, so let's go ahead and do another sprint. 45 minutes. And Jasmine's like me, look, all caps. I cannot with the skeeters. No, no. My son Andrew swam, and we had night practice one time, and the mosquitoes were out, and they ate my legs up so badly. And after that, I'm like, I am going to wear like major bug repellent because that is miserable. I started a thing. Maybe I need to copyright this idea. Creep away camp for adults only. All caps. You should, Sherry, because I have a feeling you would have people go. And another thing, you could do it as like either a week at a time or 2 weeks, whatever. You could have sessions. That's what you could have, sessions. I'm going to be starting a new book, Walking Practice by Dolke Min, that I just picked up from the library today. What is it about? It sounds good. It would be about, it would have to be glamping though. Yes, because if you were glamping, you wouldn't have to really worry about the mosquitoes. Will happily attend creepaway camp. You see, Sherry, you got people already. Lauren says, same, sign me up. Look, just in the chat, you already got quite a few people. John Waters has an adult summer camp I've always thought looked like silly fun. Ooh, interesting. And ghost stories by the fire. Yeah, really creepy ghost stories. The ones that kind of leave you hanging, like, or like to the point that there's no like ending. So whatever it is you're talking about is still out there, ready to get you. Okay, we're going to sprint. So let's set our kitty to 45 minutes. Let's start. And I'm sorry, guys. I got to talk myself through all this. Don't make a mistake. Okie dokie. See y'all in a few. Happy reading. Hello. So let's stop that one. How did everybody do? Oh, would help if I stopped it. Okay. I had to go warm up my coffee and feed Poir, my kitty cat, or Andrew's kitty cat, and then scoop litter pans. So I did that, and then I had to get to chapter 4 in the dance tree. But I'm going to say I have a theory about this because there is an interaction between Ida, who's Lizbeth's friend, married to the terrible man, the lecherous man, and Anefi, who is Lizbeth's sister-in-law. Lizbeth discovers something when she's getting her sister-in-law's room ready. She finds something in the pillowcase that seems a little odd and personal. And then there is an interaction between Lizbeth and Ignethi when they go to Ida's house so that Lizbeth can tell the lecherous guy, Plater, that he's going to go fight his thing in court or whatever. There's an interaction between them and the way Ida's husband treats Ignethi. Something happened between them. And I think that is where the sin, there's this, what is the reason Ignethi was sent away. Anyway, that's formulating in my mind just from the way they interacted. I am on page 5 of The Parker Inheritance, and I'm in love with this book already. I love the young girl Candace, and I just have to share this with you because I'm sure you have conversations with people about books, and you might, some people act like book snobs or whatever, but I just thought this was funny. This young girl Candace is the main character, and she's meeting Brandon, who lives across the street. She and her mom moved to her grandmother's house just for the summer, and Candace makes a comment because they finally get to go to the library in the town, and she was saying something, we'll probably be here for a while because my mom hasn't been to the library since we got here. It's like she stepped back into Narnia. And the boy says, you read The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe? And Candace felt herself smirking. I read all 7 books in the series. She almost added, even though I'm a girl, but decided against it because Brandon said he only read like boy books. And I just thought that was funny. And then I've never finished them. So he says, I've never finished them. They always checked out. I want to read them in order. She wondered if he was talking about publication order or chronological order, but asking seemed a bit hoity-toity. And I know that is true because I love The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. I have not read all of the books in the series. That's because I read The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe a million times because that's my favorite book. But it is funny because when you do talk to someone who's read The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, you do want to ask them, are you reading them chronologically or by publication? Because there's 2 ways to read it. But then what's really funny is that later on, he is holding a book behind him, and come to find out he's reading Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret, which I planned on reading that in July, rereading it as my coming of age book. But I just thought that was funny. Their interaction is very cute. Apparently they don't want to mesh. The moms have gotten together for them to be friends over the summer, and I don't know, but I'm loving it. I love the characters so far. So I'm excited. Both of my books are really good right now. Before we went, Crystal was telling me that her book, because it sounded interesting, is about aliens crash land on Earth and it gets weird. I say weird is good. For those of you that don't know, Crystal hosts a week of weird, which I think is fantastic. I hope that you are still planning on doing a week of weird in September because I really want to do some more short stories. Courtney was reading. She was watching TV. I asked her what she was watching, and she was watching a movie called The Apology. If you haven't checked out Courtney's channel, Tangible Reads, I would highly recommend it. She does sprints during the day, and I love it because it really helps. I find sprints, I've been using sprints a lot lately, and especially with productivity tasks, I just find it kind of keeps you kind of motivated, and you feel like you have other people on your team who are trying to, help you accomplish stuff. So it's like we're all in it together. Lauren uploaded her video and got it all ready to release out into the world while I'm traveling next week. Now I'm doing some dishes and watching YouTube videos. I'm loving Amy's ocean horror vlog. Yeah, I'm so behind on videos. I want to make a video watching schedule is what I want to do, because there's so much great stuff out there. And then I keep discovering new friends and I want to watch everybody's stuff. Didn't read, fed the pets, and ate dinner. Pizza. Woo! What kind of pizza did you eat? I love pepperoni pizza. That's my favorite. But I will eat other ones. I just don't usually like a supreme pizza with all kinds of stuff on it. On page 76 of Curse of the Reaper. Really loving it so far. Excellent. I love that progress. Crystal got to page 12. So far, it seems the alien that has crash landed possibly inhabits a human body and doesn't always move it correctly. So I think that's where the title walking practice comes into play. I tell you, Kelsey and I read a book called Video Night, and I might not pronounce his name right. Adam Caesar wrote it, and it was kind of like that, what aliens come and kind of inhabit a body, but it was scary. It was really good. Kind of gross, but really good. Audrey finished her book, yay, and gave it 4 stars. Might start, finished The Haunting of Alejandra and gave it 4 stars. Might start Curse of the Reaper for book club. That sounds excellent. I don't know if Jasmine is still in our chat, because I had picked up some books just to let her know. I don't know if anybody else is interested, but I had picked up some Christmas books just to show if anybody's looking for ideas. But I want to tell y'all that I did order Don't Fear the Reaper by Stephen Graham Jones, because I am super excited to find out what's going to happen to Jade. I finished My Heart is a Chainsaw, which, if anybody wants to read something around holiday, My Heart is a Chainsaw takes place around 4th of July. I mean, that's where the big, terrible things happen, is at the 4th of July event that they have in this town, Proof Rock. But I'm looking forward to reading this. I'm hoping I can fit it in July, but if not, possibly August. I have to read it at some point because I need to know what's going to happen. And it is kind of a chunker. I mean, this one's coming in at, in the page. Oh, okay. That's just acknowledgement. So I was getting scared. I'm like, it seems like little print. It looks like this one is 450 pages. Has anyone read Don't Fear the Reaper? Because I'm excited about it. I am so excited. Yay. Okay. So Jasmine, these are the books. This is the one book I was talking about, The Afterlife of Holly Chase. It was the first book I've ever read by Cynthia Hand, and I really enjoyed it. It says every Scrooge deserves a second chance. And basically, Holly, on Christmas Eve 5 years ago, Holly was visited by 3 ghosts who showed her how selfish and spoiled she'd become. They tried to convince her to mend her ways, and she didn't. And then she died. And now she's stuck working for the top secret company, Project Scrooge, at the latest Ghost of Christmas Past. And every year they save another miserly grouch. Every year, Holly stays frozen at 17 while her family and friends go on living without her. And so far, Holly's afterlife has been miserable. But this year, everything is about to change. So this is the YA book I was talking about. And the picture books that I was talking about is, this one is called Santa's Twin. This is the Dean Koontz one. And it's really cute. It's written, like, in the night before Christmas kind of text, but really, really cute. And then the second one's called Robot Santa, The Further Adventures of Santa's Twin. And that's the second one. So you could always pick up one of these picture books if you wanted something cute that's Christmas related. And then the last one I want to show you, I picked this up for the Christmas Evil. It is called Christmas Evil by Mark Lestrange, and it is a bunch of short stories. And I read for the Christmas Evil, I read Little Monsters and Dinner is Served. Those were the two stories I read during the Christmas Evil in December. But short stories, if you're interested in that too. Now, the short stories in here are not like, cozy. They're, kind of gruesome or whatever. But I don't know. Some ideas if you wanted something more around Christmas. But I was saying, My Heart is a Chainsaw is around 4th of July, but it is big. It's like, I think with the acknowledgments page, which was interesting to me, it was like 405 pages. Sherry says, I am also ridiculously behind on watching YouTube videos. I feel bad because I want to watch them, but don't have enough time to watch and read. I'm the same way. And I just found out because I watch sprints on Emma Bennett's channel, and they were talking about how, even if you speed up to try to watch videos, which I don't generally do that, but it affects your watch hours, apparently. I don't know if that's 100% true or not, but I'm like, that's kind of crazy. But it's so hard. You're trying to watch everybody. Courtney says, I need to read more of SGJ. Stephen Graham Jones. I have read Night of the Mannequins. I haven't read that one, but I do have a copy of his book called Mongrels, and I need to read that one. My Heart is a Chainsaw is the first Stephen Graham Jones novel I have read. And I did read a short story for Week of Weird called I Am a Teenage Space Jockey, which I thought was really good. So that was my introduction to him, and I really liked it. It was a really great short story. And the best part about it was I got to listen to it on LeVar Burton Reads, his podcast. He reads short stories, and I mean, you can't go wrong with having him narrate because he is wonderful. Same here. Courtney saying, same here, Sherry. It's impossible for those I can't get to. I figure my subscribe fills in the gap. Yeah, I mean, I do think it is wonderful if you can subscribe to people and keep subscribing to them, because it does help. Every little bit helps. And Jasmine says, oh, that sounds like a good one. Sherry says to Courtney, I should comment hearts on everything, then go back and watch later if and when I have time. I definitely don't want to mess up anything as far as the analytics goes though. Yeah, they've been doing some changes with the analytics and stuff too. I don't know. I just have resigned myself to the fact that, I mean, I'm here for like really to enjoy myself, to make friends and have a good community of friends, and see what happens. But I try not to even think about that. Try not to swim in the toilet of comparison, as Mel Robbins says. I don't know enough about what does and doesn't affect the analytics. I don't either, really. I mean, it seems kind of funny. I finally got to like 1,000 watch hours, because there's a different thing between views and watch hours, and it's like I'm stuck on 1.1K. And it's like before, at least you could kind of calculate, like you could see like the numbers, but once you get to the 1,000, it's like you don't get to see that, and it's just weird. But it is what it is. I'm just appreciate anyone who takes the time to watch, to comment, to hang out with sprints. I love doing the sprints, and I love attending sprints. I mean, I think they're beneficial, and we get to know each other, what each other likes to read. Lauren says, I just decided right now that I will be rereading My Heart is a Chainsaw and reading Curse of the Reaper for the first time. So Curse of the Reaper, or the one Don't Fear the Reaper? That would be more than enough for a week of reading. Yes. Yes. Don't fear the reaper. Yes, because they are so close in the yeah, just like you're saying, they are too similar. I agree because when people were saying something about the Curse of the Reaper, that's what I was thinking was the sequel. And I'm like, ooh, that would be great because then I can join in because I'll be finished. My Heart is a Chainsaw by that point. But yeah, I have to know what is going to happen because I need to talk to somebody about it, and I talk about that in my vlog. I need to talk to somebody about My Heart is a Chainsaw because I have so many thoughts about it, and I don't know, I have a lot of questions, lots and lots of questions. Okay, I figure we'll go ahead and do one more sprint, and this time for like 30 minutes, and this will be our last one for the evening, just because it is getting a little bit late for me over here, and I do know I have to get up a little bit earlier tomorrow and make sure I get all my supplies. I still have to go shopping for my snacks too, as crazy as that seems. I am just not, I cannot, I have just too many things going on at one time. It's so crazy. Sherry says, so maybe mark all the unwatched videos as watch later. Oh yeah. Lauren. I think Lauren was the one that said that on Sprints the other day. Let the playlist play while I'm asleep. Comment hearts from them all when I wake up. No, she was talking about you could do the watch later, and that would be good. Lauren says she's going to read this last sprint. Yes, that'll be fun because you've been productive all night doing things. So let's go ahead and get our Pomodoro Kitty started. Because I need to go run to the potty too. So let's do that. Present, share screen. There we go. Okay. See y'all in a little bit. Happy reading. Hello, welcome back. Let's stop Pomodoro Kitty. Okay. How did everyone do? I reached my goal for today and got to chapter 9 in the Parker Inheritance. I'm loving this. This is actually taking place in Lambert, South Carolina during the summertime. And so you are learning a little bit about history, especially during the 50s and 60s. And Candace is learning a little bit about her grandmother who was involved in a scandal, but she discovers the mysterious letter that led her grandmother to be involved in the scandal because she's trying to solve this mystery because it would mean money for the town of Lambert because there were some issues between two families, the Allen family and the Washington family. The Allen family was a white family and the Washingtons were an African-American family. So this all had taken place like 50s, 60s, and then the grandmother finds out about it because a mysterious person wrote the letter to Candace's grandmother. And now Candace has found the letter since her grandmother has been passed away for about 2 years. But I love it. I love the little girl Candace is precious. There's so much humor and heart in it. The characters are wonderfully developed. The little boy Brandon, he and Candace are becoming friends. Even though at first they weren't really wild on the idea, but really, really good. Now, of course, in the dance tree, this one takes a little effort to read, a little more effort than the Parker Inheritance, but I was supposed to get to page 80 and only got to 38. So didn't reach my goal in the dance tree. So hopefully I can get caught up with that. I don't know how much reading I'm going to get done at the scrapbook event, but I'm going to get some because I do need to take breaks here and there. And both stories are very good. So I need to know what's going to go on. So let's see how everybody did because Lauren left us saying that she was going to read this last sprint. So how did you do? Got almost to 50% in my current read, Paradise Lost. That is not what you were reading, Paradise Club. It's a slasher and I'm loving it. Very intense. Excellent. Paradise Club. Sarah made it to page 76 of year 1. I'm enjoying it so far. And I am so excited for you, Sarah, because at the beginning of sprints, you were feeling tired, but you ended up making some tea. And look at how far you got tonight. That is very exciting. I'm excited for you. Amy didn't read again. Oh, well, got distracted by my phone. Yeah. Once I hit my goal for tonight in the Parker Inheritance, I was checking my phone too for any updates or whatever. And sometimes you end up getting lost in there, especially if they send you, like my husband tagged me in a video with this little baby and little cute little bunnies. I'm like, I could look at little animal things all day long. Sherry got to page 106 and Curse of the Reaper, about 33% in. Still really loving it. Thanks so much for sprints, Kat. You are welcome, Sherry. Thank you for coming and hanging out. And Amy's glad you're enjoying it, Sherry. And Sherry says, yeah, I'm having a great time so far. Yeah, I'm excited because I got a lot of good reading done today, with everything, trying to get my stuff scheduled for this convention. I don't know how much I'm going to get done. And I'm kind of contemplating on whether I should vlog it or not, but I don't know. It's like vlogs are so much work. Paradise Club is so wild, Lauren. So apparently Crystal has read it and she liked it. I did want to mention that I am going to sprint next Wednesday, except that I am going to sprint earlier than 5:30. And the reason why is because the middle grade March book club meets on Wednesday evenings at 8 p.m. Central Time. That's my time, it's 9 o'clock Eastern Time, but 8 o'clock on Central Time. I don't know why I can't speak, but I want to be able to sprint for, a couple of hours and then be able to attend that since I read I'm reading the book, The Parker Inheritance, and I think it's going to be a great discussion. Like I said, I'm enjoying it so much. So anyway, if y'all want to mark your calendars that I'll be sprinting, just know it'll be 3:30 Central Time instead of 5:30. I like 5:30. It works for me, but I'll take suggestions if anybody else has got any. Lauren says, I keep thinking about what I would do to survive the scenario, stranded on an island with killers on the loose, and I'm very stressed. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about books and also movies. Like, sometimes, like, people are hard on, like, certain movies or also even on books, describing the situations. But if you could put yourself in the place of the person that's experiencing whatever's so horrific, especially if you have any kind of like experience, like in that environment, that's where the creepiness and the scariness comes in. It's because you could envision it happening in real life. And I mean, yeah, I mean, you don't hear about slashers every day. Doesn't mean that they don't exist, but yeah, it would be kind of creepy. Thanks for the sprints, Kat. Got so much done and felt more fun with company. Yes, I 100% agree. I really have been getting a lot more done, I think, because I have been attending more sprints. And Audrey says, thanks for the sprints. Reached my goal. Yay! And that makes me happy. So I'm going to go ahead and sign off. I am extremely happy that y'all are attended tonight and hung out with me and got a lot accomplished. It's so much more fun to hang out and read or do productivity tasks with a group of people, especially people that you love. So I hope that y'all have a fabulous rest of the week. Chug along to get to that weekend. Anyone going on trips or anything like that, please have safe travels. And until our paths cross again, please stay amazing and be adventurous. Whatever your adventures lead you, whether they're bookish or out in the world. Thank you, Crystal. Good night. Good night, Sherry. Y'all have a wonderful rest of your evening. And again, happy first day of summer. Yay. Thanks, Amy. Bye, Linda. Thank you. See y'all soon.